Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Thursday. Hope everyone's had a great night. Ready for a great day? Markets have been rising all night, but we had a big pullback here in the last hour. Big Trump announcement supposed to be coming at 10 a.m. Eastern time. ES 56.36 for the low, 57.17 for the high. So that's what, 100, no, like 81 points. And Q 957 up to 262, so about 305 points. Copper 100, 260 ticks. Ultra Bond a little less than a point in range. Gold, oops, what did I just do? Why does it keep doing that? Wow, over no, 97 points in range on gold. Crude oil 150 ticks. Natural gas a little wonky. Bitcoin sitting at 99, trying to get back up to 100K. So that's where we sit, standing, whatever body posture you're choosing to take today. Try to rise up here. A little pop. Pulls back a bit. Nice little rise up here. There's a pop, nice pop, about 15 points. Hey David, how you doing? Pulls back. Excuse me. Oops. So what will the big announcement be? That's what we want to know. Looks like it wants to continue grinding up. Morning, Robin. Pulls back. Morning, Amelia. Um, I'm hanging in there. Um, my mom's taken a pretty bad turn to the worse, for the worse. Um, and today they're going to be doing a procedure once again to clear out her lung, but she's probably going to need to be intubated and put on a vent. And they pretty much said that if she goes on the vent, there's a good chance she never comes off the vent. I had to answer a whole bunch of questions yesterday about life-saving measures and CPR and all that fun stuff. Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. I mean, take the day off and do what, you know? Well, there's nothing I can do from here. I mean, I do think sometimes I know more than the doctors know because I am not exactly happy with some of the care she's gotten. But without the medical license, they don't allow me to do anything. It's kind of grinding here at 2209. Besides, I have to be here to find out what the huge Trump announcement is. Anybody trade FOMC yesterday? I YOLO'd on a top step eval and got got 1,500. Kind of grindy here. Stagnant here, right about 20200. Sideways. Which way does it want to go? Oh, yeah. We have news coming up in just a couple minutes. I totally forgot about doing the news report. Of course, we have our normal Thursday jobless claims. Oh, Trump calls U.S. Fed chair a fool after pause in rate cuts. Anyway, U.S. jobless claims. That seems to be it. Uh, 10 o'clock, something called the Bank of Canada Financial Stability Report. 10 o'clock. Okay, apparently the big announcement is a trade deal between the U.S. and the U.K. because it's on Financial Juice at 10 o'clock. U.S. and U.K. trade deal press conference. So I guess the cat's out of the bag there. Which explains why we're probably choppy now and why we saw the market come down some. Hassan Hope told me last night I should just go long and hold it all overnight. I should have done that. Now we need to wait to see when he comes in to see if he took his own advice. And we're coming down. Popping back up. Looking for our first trade. Now there's a nice pop there, but yeah, I'm looking at the 3 minute. 3 minute is not really giving me any clear signals, and this might be one here in the blue candle if it holds. Morning, Crypticon. Wait till you see today's video, Crypt. Lots and lots of chrome. Yep, totally new product in today's video. The release of 2025 Bowman. Nice pop here. Pulls back a little bit. Do I want to take that? I don't think I want to take that blue candle. Maybe if it bounces back up on the 30-second, we'll take it. Yeah. Decided to take it anyway. Am I not logged in, or do I have it on the wrong? Yeah, I have it on the wrong account. Looks like I should have went with my instincts and not taking it. Stop that. Wow, quick pullback there. So definitely should have went with my instincts to not take that. Hey, JC, how you doing? I'm hanging in there. How you doing, Speed Racer? Uh, JC, my mother's health took a really bad turn to the worse on Tuesday night, and things aren't looking good. Thank you, JC. We're coming down. But I mean, I know we started coming down on our news, but it doesn't seem like news was that impactful today. U.S. UK trade pact will leave the 10% U.S. tariff in place. That's interesting. Jobless claims 228K. Forecast is 230K. There's a little pop. Yeah, it's been tough. It's like this is not going to work out. Long there off that green candle with the big wick. Wow, it's going to stop me out. And we're coming back down. That's weird. Why did it all of a sudden everything stopped on TradingView? Am I still here? Yeah, there we go. That was weird. How you doing, Mike? Well, Mike, I have not figured out who Bulenox is. I had a video all ready to go, the review video, and the night before, I actually had it uploaded. It was going to come out on a Tuesday a week ago. And the night before, they announced that their new path to live and all that, and totally wrecked my video. So I had to redo the slides. I still need to record it. Had to totally delete that one. It's either the mob or Martians. We haven't decided which one. Up to the 9 own the 3-minute chart. You've made too much. Your legs are gone. But they made it right, Mike. See, that's the blue candle I should have took. That was a mistake on my part. Yeah, they helped me out a lot too on the affiliate side. Someone keeps trying to steal my MOT code, my MOT code, and whenever they start a new sale, it comes with a generic code, and I got to go into the dashboard and change it to the code I want. And someone tries to take it before I do, and I just send in a message and saying, this is my brand, this is the code I always use. Can I have it? And they make sure it happens. Hey John, how you doing? Well, I mean, if you're going to be up on one and down on the other, that's the best. That's the best way. Yeah, I'll be a mot. Sideways as we head toward the top of the hour. Pulls back. Yucky price action right now. Yucky, technical term. Ick be another term. Uh, Not fun. All we want to do is have some fun. Maybe, yep. Not even getting a little pop. Well, getting a little pop there at the top of the hour. Not much. Nope, not a pop. No pop. Grindy, grindy, grindy as we head toward the bell. They should have not announced the whole UK thing until 10 o'clock like they originally said. Then maybe we could have gotten something out of this. Yuck. Okay, I think we could take a nap to the bell. Give me give me a minute. I need to cash up someone money so they don't go to jail. Hanging in there. So not sure where we're going. I only know where we've been. Didn't expect today to just die like this. About 21 minutes till the bell. Pulls back down slowly, very slowly. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm getting a call from the hospital. I'm back, guys. Maybe I'm not back. They're calling again. Give me a few minutes here, guys. All right, I'm back, I think. So for those of you that weren't here earlier when I discussed this, on Tuesday night, my mother's health took a pretty bad turn to the worse, and she was put in ICU. Today, she's having a procedure to drain the right lung, but she's going to probably be going on, or almost certainly going on, a ventilator. And if after she doesn't get any better after being on 7 days in the ventilator, they'll just be going to comfort care. So yeah, thank you all. Uh, Thank you. Trying hard to keep it together. Pop it up here. Thank you. I don't know. I mean, but just sit here and do nothing? I don't know. Nothing I can do, you know? Thank you, Crypt. Pulls back a bit. About 7 minutes to the bell. Pulls down. So we've been in this holding pattern now for quite a while. But this move down, pop back up, and just kind of bleh. Hey, Amar. Hi, RJ. Um, yeah, more. Um, you just missed it, but the my explanation. But my mother's health has taken a serious turn for the worse. She's going to be placed on a vent today after they do a procedure, and if she's not better after 7 days on the vent, they'll just be going to comfort care. Trying to hold it together. Uh, her 70th birthday would be a week from tomorrow. As we get ready for the bell. Let me just say this, guys. If you smoke for the sake of your family, do whatever you can to do to quit. This has been the lamest move to the bell in a long time. Oh, well, that looks bigger than it is. Moved down. That was only 12 points. And now it pops. That still doesn't know what it wants to do with its life. Yeah, I mean, there's probably been some other confounding factors and all that, but genetics have part in it. Wow, big move down here. So we're down 35 points on this 3 minute candle. Yeah, something between the UK and the United States, John. They've come to some agreement. So RJ, is that the big one you expected for the first domino to fall, or were you just specifically talking about countries from the Far East? Nice drop here down to 21.15. I wouldn't say always. There was that whole thing in 1776 and 1812. Popping up here. Try along. In at 132 half. Looking for 143 quarter just because I accidentally put it there instead of at 143 half, 142 half. Yep, it's going to come down and stop me out. Look at that. Look at that rejection. Oops. And back down. It looks like it wants to break 2100. 20100. Now we're popping or not. popping up here. Maybe this is a can't figure out where it wants to go today. Gold doing? Is gold giving us anything good? Yeah, that would have been a nice short there on gold. So even after the bell, this price action sucks. More Antia. Moving down. Still falling. Broken 2100 now. They're going to fall to the official announcement, and then at the announcement, they're going to blow it up. Not like literally, like it had an explosion type of thing, but still falling. We're very, very slow. Is there a reason you're having trouble staying awake? You mean just the price action? Is that what you're saying? Price action is putting you to sleep? Gotcha. Alright, the blue candle. There's a nice pop. Doesn't seem like a more than 10 points though. There it goes. Yep. Pulls back. Take it off there for, man. That's 12 and a half points. I'll take that. Still trying to break through that 9 EMA. She was here earlier. USC, MR is looking for you. Keeps kicking you out. Okay, so we're at the top of the hour. We got a little pop there, 13 points. That's odd. Nice little move up here. 32 points. So what did I say? Is it going to come down until the announcement and then it's going to pop? RJ has just jinxed us into a worldwide YouTube outage coming up soon based on his words there. Hey, Hassan. Nice, Hassan. Nice, USC. Yeah, I thought we would see more crazy as well. I'm sorry, guys. I was muted. I didn't even realize it. I apologize. I was asking if we're red, green, or somewhere in between, and then I said I really don't like this price action. No. Nice work, USC. If Ace hadn't disappeared, he'd be so proud. I hope that evil bus driver didn't take him. U.S. to cut tariffs on UK-made cars to 10%. U.S.-UK deal to cut beef tariffs to close to zero. The reduction will be part of a 12-month temporary agreement before Britain and the United States reach what they hope will be a comprehensive trade agreement in the coming months. No, he did went out to make sure everything goes okay with kids at the bus stop. There's a little pop. Nice little rise. I was here searching the chat for whoever the YM gurus was, and then realized that you were just addressing various people. You know, it's amazing when you're late for your own press conference. Sorry to hear about your burn. Don't put butter on it, it only makes it worse. This blue candle would have worked here. This one didn't work here. That's what I got to work out is like why that one didn't work versus this one. And the answer is I don't know. Enjoy seeing yourself in pain, do you? We're about 20 minutes away from rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. Yeah, no, I was just teasing. I knew what you were, saying. Sideways, sideways, sideways. Remember the two rules about sitting on your hands. Don't cut off circulation and don't fart. I came up with that one myself, Platt. I haven't used it in a while, though. No one's used the sitting on their hands phrase in a while. So, the people that say they're sitting on their hands, I often have to wonder how they're typing. Are you using your nose and like pecking at the keyboard like a chicken? Waiting for Trump to say we're just kidding, and the whole deal was a joke. Wouldn't that be something? Someone finally woke him up, eh? Let's see how the market reacts, if it reacts. Can you imagine how it's going to react the day, if it ever happens, the day a deal with China is announced? Think you could just go along that day and go to take a nap. Pulls back a little bit here. Ooh, wow. Who said what? 36-point drop here in this 30-second candle. Big fall. Now it's trying to pop again. RJ Wheel, whenever you're ready. You have passed the test of the B minus USC. Whole lot of tech problems over there today, USC. RJ must be in a trade or a hot tub. Or maybe a trade for a hot tub. RJ? Okay, no hurry. I just wanted to make sure you were actually there. Oops. Give me 1 second. There we go. Good morning, RJ Will.
Morning. How are you?
Doing all
Having
right?
a day, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it's tough times for you. Uh, Having just been going through it with my mother-in-law. Yeah. So anyway, I'm here for you. Next week's gonna be tough for me because we're having the funeral on Tuesday, so it'll be a day-to-day thing. Anyway, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
So, how did you do on the market today?
It's slightly down a little bit, but I didn't do much trading, really.
Right. Yeah, I started the day with two stops. And I just turned one of my monitors around. Yeah, I had two stopouts at the start. That first half hour can really screw me up. The first trade I kind of liked, but the second trade was dumb. Then I crushed one though to get it all back in some. So it was on the first one. I only had one contract on, and then the second. And so anyway, I got the big short after that. I don't know why I was trying to bump my head with the longs. They weren't there. It's just a bad read on the market. So anyway, I'm green. Not by much, but I'm green.
Yeah,
I also had breaking out.
the market
What?
doesn't look like it wants to give much right now. So good luck going trying
Oh,
to get
yeah.
more green.
Then it lulled me into sleep, right? So when it jacked up, I participated in that. Was that a break even? Oh yeah, I did. I chewed up. I got in late and then had to break even because I couldn't defend it. So I missed out on the long coming back. And then I was frazzled. And then I had to deal with somebody. Had to talk to somebody. So I missed the short. So that's been a tale of woe today. I'm profitable. I'm up $145, I think. So green is green, as we like to say in here. So you got to make some phone calls or take off or do anything. I don't know what we do if we shut and if we lose on your end.
I'll be listening. I'll be here, just not talking. Yeah.
That's not how you say it. You say I'll be hanging off every word. Hey, when I said hang on, that was sometimes I didn't mean like that's like hang on. I meant
Oh
like
no, no, I
hang
know,
on.
I
I
know.
know sometimes that's the problem with the written word. I mean, you can destroy a friendship with a single text unknowingly.
Yeah.
You know, written word does not have the same as a voice. So something we're having to deal with as a society. Um,
That's why they invented emojis, so you can throw in an emoji in there, so it comes across better. Yeah.
that's true. That's true. You got to take your spouse management game up a level when you're texting. Um,
All right, guys,
so
it's time for rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. Take it away, RJ.
USC knows me well. I just see it typed in. I'm getting my coffee. I think that's what she's referring to. I was. I didn't realize the time, and all of a sudden I saw it was Jesus, 10:56 Eastern. So ran downstairs to refill the coffee. So that's why I was a bit late.
Real quick, USC, I think you're like 4 or 5 minutes behind on the stream because of your internet outage. So hit the live button when you hear this.
What you referring to with B minus? You talking about my when I was just going over my trading, perhaps? I don't know.
No, she said test 1 2 3 earlier, and I said that you got a B minus for the test.
Oh yeah, right. That's good. You got $600. I know that on ES trading of all things. It's a lot of 2 pointers if you use the style of her good buddy there. Anyway, so I will. I'll take over for you. You go do whatever you got to do, or just take your mind into your where you want to go with it. So here we go. Come back and sign us out, Ox. Oh, pretty choppy day. We go through the charts quickly. YM's on a bit of a. That was a long just now. That would be a trade I would take if I was alert. It's not much to talk about. I got YM, ES, and Q in a second. We'll do them all three at once because it's such a. There's the RTY one. All four at once. It's probably a better idea. I don't know why my NQ chart's missing. Sorry, guys. Well, there it is. They're all about the same. NQ actually is probably the most technically tradable to me, anyway. It's got a straight line down. It came down, and its pullback stayed within the parameters of staying in the downtrend, whereas the YM, ES, and RTY, they kind of came up. They came back up to their opening prices, or almost. Well, in the case of YM, did surpassed it slightly. ES came back to almost the opening price, and RTY it did the same as duplicated the YM. But the NQ, if you look at it, I'm on a 15-minute right now. It tried to come back up. It only put out like a wick up there on a 15-minute, so I'm not very interested in trying to get back. So the NQ is actually, I don't know what that translates to on our smaller charts. Let me have a look at a smaller chart. Still pretty. I'm looking at a 780 tick. Well, there's, get to your smaller chart. Where's my 25 range? I use a 25 range on the NQ. Wow, really nice long on the NQ, and that YM long is still working. Good darn. Just looking for see how tradable it was. A little bit more tradable to me. I don't know how you guys did on the NQ today, but it seems to be a lot more fun than the YM. Yes, USC would beg to differ. A good time there. John to 4. Okay, so we're off the charts and we're into hockey for the next 10 minutes. We are up here in Ontario, Canada, Toronto, the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Chicago Cubs of hockey, before the Chicago Cubs finally won. For Toronto people, PTSD is created by the Leafs. I like to say for men in Ontario, Toronto Maple Leafs are Young and the Restless or General Hospital. It's our soap opera. But they're 2-0 against the toughest team in the league in the division semifinals. So we've got a stranglehold. We go down to the Sunrise State now to play the next 2 games. So John, pretty happy night last night. I won't bore you guys with any more hockey talk other than I'm glad John brought it up. This was a pretty happy night around here last night. And we've got game 3 on Friday. If anyone wants to check on what kind of mood RJ is going to be in the next morning, just Google your Toronto Maple Leafs score. If the Leafs won, you might get a little more perky, as I am right now. Anyway, enough about hockey. We've got people from around the world, at least from Denmark or Holland anyway. We've got one guy from around the world. We've got many Southern Americans. Livestock hasn't been around for a couple of days. Let's see who's on the room here. We got Platt, we got T.O., we got USC. Amelia's been here. She's still maybe 15 minutes behind us. As her charts, I found out. She found out her charts were lacking. Ace Trades is here. We haven't seen Livestock. Crypticon was here early, I think I saw, but Livestock's been missing for a couple of days. Greg was here yesterday. I don't know if maybe he took one look at this shop and said, I'm not trading today, so we might not see Greg today, but great conversation yesterday with him. We had a great conversation with Eric Curtis the other day, and he hasn't shown up since either. That was 2 days ago, I believe. Anyway, okay, well, this is what can we do now? We have to do what Tio does in times like this. We have to sit on our hands right now if we're not in this trade. But this is pretty strong to me. It took out, on both YM and NQ, took out the channel that was preceding it, which was, there was a thread of up and downs, up and downs, up and downs, up and downs, which was about, I'm just going to make it up, but about 15 points on the NQ there for about 5 minutes preceding this long. And on the YM, it was about 50 ticks. Bang, bang, bang. Rally drop, rally drop, rally drop, rally drop. And then it based, and then it took off. No, let's go over the, Platt minute time. And we'll look at the other, while we're waiting for this to pull back so maybe we can get in on a trade. First we'll look at the UB Ultra Bond on a small chart, because I have a small chart loaded with my indexes. All right, let me see. I'm in a trade. On a chart, I'm going to ask the question which drives everyone crazy when they're in a trade. Are you in a long or a short? You see it shortening right now, but I also see where it could go to a base. Let's go to the big charts, and we'll do the Platt minute, and we'll do the other charts. See what oil did today. Oil, straight up. We're going to pay more at the pumps tomorrow. Tried to get to 60 bucks a barrel. Only got to 59.86. It's currently falling back a bit. Overnight high on the oil is at 59.26, so it could fall back to 59 and a quarter, and then that could be where they stage another bull launch. Go to the other markets. Hey, flat, 10-year. I can't. You know, when I look at the 10-year, I never have anything to say. Let me have a look at it in a different manner. Going on a 5-minute. Yeah, it's trying to. It's going to help the UB. No, it's not. It's just channeled. And the UB. I think 119.02 is a bit of a resistance. And I'm not sure what you did. Oh, you're long. Okay, you're long. Good. Because it looked to me like the 10-year was maybe going to drive it up a bit, and right now I got it at 1831, and I see probably try to go back to 1903 or something like that. Anyway, best of luck. Gold. Oh, you want to talk now? We complain on the YM. If you're a gold trader today, you've got nothing going on. That's just a schmudge. Silver not even worth talking about. Soybeans, I don't have an opinion either. That's that. Let me look at a 5-minute on the UB. I just want to look at that for you, Platt. Yeah, the 5-minute looks like it's trying to break through that. There's a bit of a point of control here, though, at 1831. Looks like it wants to break it, though, so hang in there, hang in there. Okay, back to the indexes. Let's see what we're doing here. I'm going to turn around in a sec, get closer to the microphone. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, it's still steady climb. We can't trade. We missed it. You're going for 119.02. Yeah, I see 119.0203. There's some, I got stuff there. Watch out though. Ah man, these are gonna keep moving. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Anyone else got anything to talk about? Anyone have a problem today they want to talk about? Yeah, that's not good for Ace. Of course, we're worried. It's going to be a tough time for him coming up. I'm dealing with it with my wife right now. Same problem. So I'm firsthand. I know. I'm getting a window on firsthand on what that's all about. Right, this current moment. I got a very busy week next week too, so I don't know how much I can help box out. I've got funeral on Tuesday morning, and I got Wednesday. Well, I'm around Wednesday. But Wednesday night, I get my kids are going to. I think maybe I mentioned that yesterday. I don't know if I'm boring, if I'm bringing up stuff again. Kids are going to Paris with their mother's ashes. She always wanted to go to Paris, so they're leaving on Wednesday. So I got the grandkids. They're leaving Wednesday night, so I got the grandkids Thursday through the several days the following week. So I may be on, I may not be. It depends what's going on. I may come up. I may be able to. I won't be doing a lot any trading, but I may be able to come on here, especially if Oxus got some problems. We'll see. We'll work it out. It'll be a day-to-day thing next week and the week after. So you may not be a lot of RJ around here for a little while. Bears are standing in. They're trying to pour in on you. Are they, Platt? Let's have a look at that chart again. I got a small chart on you. Oh yeah, they're pounding in right now. I don't know. I don't have an order flow like you do, but they're attacking the. I got a 2-candle stack for long. They're bringing it back through, so that's not good for you, Platt. Keep careful. Teal, always with the funnies. And Q still on the climb. I can't do a trade. Missed out on that. And Q slowing down and hitting a curve, but YM is still YM is not slowed at all. Let's see if we can try something else that I want to chase. ES is same as YM. I'm not even gonna look at my RTY chart. I'm not gonna trade it something I haven't looked at all day, other than when I just did it with you guys a minute ago. Then it duplicated the R. Yeah, it's just gonna keep going. So we'll have to just sit here and talk for a bit. I go back and do another 10 minutes on Toronto Maple Leafs if John DeFore wants to hear that. We're pretty happy here in Toronto right now. It's good stuff. So I don't know. I'm reading a really good book right now. I can talk about that. Fight. I don't know I don't have the book here. I have another book here. I'm reading two books at once. I'm reading a book about Canadian book about the one of Canada's most prolific serial killers, Yves Trudeau, but he was killing peers. He was a killer for the Hells Angels, motorcycle guy. And Hells Angels loaned him out to the mafia, so he was killing. I just started. I don't know how many people, but he killed quite a few people apparently. Well, the book I'm reading right now, I just started up. The book I'm reading is called Fight. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't tell you the authors, but it's two authors. Andy Parvis, I think, is one of them. Jonathan somebody. Book on the 2024 elections. Quite fascinating. I'm halfway through it. Oh, we can talk TV too. Anyway, I'm at the part now. Anyway, just on part, like Kamala Harris. Am I saying her name right? I don't want to be accused of something. If I'm not, I apologize. Kamala or Kamala? Kamala Harris. I don't know. I don't know why her name, why that first name is so many people mispronounce it. Harris. We'll just say Harris. You know, really took the hits for maybe poorly run, poor campaigner, and made a lot of gaffes and this, that, and the other thing. Wouldn't answer a question. Probably all kind of sort of true charges. Oh, look at the YM race. I just found I'm at the part where where Biden had just resigned, and quite fascinating how the book really gives her a compliment on how her backdoor game was, how she maneuvered the other governors and senators that might have tried to throw their hat in the ring for a mini primary. It's pretty fascinating. She's really, if she'd showed that kind of acumen, political acumen in the actual campaign, it might have been a different story for Trump. But you know, she won the battle and then lost the war. But anyway, I always want to take a shot at her, but I was quite surprised. I read their other book they wrote 8 years ago on these two authors on 2016 election called Shattered. And don't find Hillary Clinton, I'm not a fan of hers at all. But after reading that book, I much like I'm doing a bit with Harris, I had sympathy for Clinton. And as to how that campaign unfolded for her in some ways. So that's interesting. Oh, it's good to learn things and get different perspectives. So this thing's still going. It's actually trolling up again. Before I answer your question, USC, I'm going to look. This might be a trade opportunity. It's kind of. I hate when you're getting in on for me, this has already been a wave, like a rally base, and then another rally, and now it's dropped off. So it looks like it's exhausted. I hate getting in here at the top. We're getting into the time where, like I talked about this with MR this morning on YM. He asked if it would get up to 508 again, and I said 616 overnight high, and if it had to be, yeah, there it's going to go. I'm going to try it. Okay, I'm going to try it. I didn't get filled yet. Oh, it's pretty jumpy too. Yeah. Okay, I'm filled. I'm filled. It's really jumpy though. I guess somebody's talking about this trade thing or something. No one got the news on. It's flying all over the place. What's NQ doing? NQ is ES is lifting up. That helps me out. NQ's crossing higher, so I should be all right. I'm gonna move my stop up a touch. Go, baby. Where's my stop? There she goes. I click one off. That's my strategy. And we are moving up. This is a good winner now for me. My stop's in the money. I might get clipped. It's really, the wicks are all over the place. But software's calling me to put the thing 5 ticks in the money. I don't usually use my software stop, but this one I will. I'm happy to take a bunt on this. Or let her fly. We'll have a runner. She was quaff. Oh, yeah. So winner now. Where do I put me? I'm going to raise my stop up to capture even more. Where's my software stop? Oh, way up there. I'm not going up that high. Getting no. Oh no, this is a good trade for me. I put my stop at. I'm just going to concentrate on this trade. So often I just yak away and we don't do any trading. That's the one thing I admire about Ox. Like I can trade when it's the two of us because I trust that one of us has got the eyeballs on the chat. I don't know how he does it quite. I'm trying to get the overnight high. This has turned into an overnight high touch trade now. That would be 616. There, just hit it. Hit 616 on a wick. Stayed there for a second. I didn't have my. I'm not putting a target there because this got the juice to maybe cut through. So I'm gonna sacrifice. I'm gonna gamble. I'm going to keep my stop 20 ticks below. Maybe even a bit lower than that. I'm going to put 30 ticks between me and the overnight high. That's $150, but because if it goes through overnight high, maybe it might go for what traders call forever, open water. So I'm gonna maybe tighten it up a little. It does seem to. I wish I just took the thing at 616 and been happy. Maybe I should have. I should have probably. I'm gonna tighten her up. And I'm going to put my stop at 616 is the takeoff, where I should have had a takeoff. I should have had a takeoff there at like 6, maybe 5 ticks under, like 611. Would be already out and able to talk about things I like talking about instead of this trade. Your question, USC before you leave residence. That's not me. I didn't watch the residence. I think that was MR. Sorry, I was going to answer that earlier. I didn't watch the residence. TV talk to come once this trade's over. Come on, get back up to 616. I should probably just take it off here at 96. 20 ticks. I'm going to gamble 25 ticks. There, she's out. That was a good trade for me. What is that? 15? 75 ticks on the second one. So that was a good trade. Probably should have clipped it off. I should have had my I should have had one up there. Oh, I'm glad you took that trade, Amelia. Good. You get it. I hope you got a good chunk of it. I grabbed it at 20, what, at 15, I think it was. Hang on, let me go to Control Center. I might be wrong about that 75 thing. Yeah, no, I got in at 515. I took one off at 535. I was happy to do it. That's why I like to roll that way, and then I fight like hell with the other one. Although if I'd have left two on, if I'd have let the ride go, then I would have had one at 616. Like it's re-hitting 616 now. I mean, I didn't want to take a chance on it falling all the way back. I was going to put my stop at 586. There, it's going to do it. Oh man, that would have been prescient. It hit 587, so 586 would have been awfully sweet. I'd still be in. Like now she's running through. I hope you got some. Hope you got a good chunk. That was a good one. This is the thing, maybe if we go back to trading in the last little while has been different, but my, like for a couple of years, I've dined out. I don't even know why I'm doing the stream from 11 to 12, because 11 to 12 is actually, I don't show it here, but 11 to 12 has been my feeding ground. I don't like trading that first half hour. I showed that yet again today. I think I'm afraid to go do my stats for the last few months. I think I run about 35, now she's flying all over the place again. 35-40% on trades. Maybe I'm 50-50. I'm afraid to do them because I think I'm below 50. And then I think 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, my eyeballs tell me I'm about 60%. And I don't know, now since the stream, of course, I'm kind of like 50-50. I've had a few losses in front of you guys. So barely 65. I don't know if I get to 60 with you guys. But prior to doing this stream, going to the London close I was pretty hot. I would say I was like 75%. No. I got out at 96. I think, and it clicked me at 90. No, I was going to put it in. I ended up getting 90, 75 ticks. I was going to put it at 90, and I was going to put it at 96, and then I thought, nah. And 80. I said no, it should be at 86, and of course it went to 87, and then back up. I could have got out at 616, but no, I got out at 90. Thank you, Amelia, for watching out for me. And you're on the NQ. Let's go over look at the NQ and see what Johnny Boy did there. My Torontonian friend. 26 up to. Oh yeah, there was 28. There was lots of them there. You could have got in at anywhere in the 30s, or I don't know. I'm assuming you got in off that. It rallied at base, and then so the base was at 21. So you got in somewhere in the 30s, and you took it. Or maybe got in a little higher because you only got 28. But there was a lot of points there. 25, say, up to 90. It's sort of the same. Good one. Good work, John. Yeah, you could have got a lot more there. But 28 is still pretty damn good. When you say 28 points, do you mean 28 times 4? Like the ticks were, because the way the NQ is. And Platt, you got 2 wins, 2 losses, and you're up 200. So that shows your management on your stops is excellent. This is the problem. I mean, this is where it is. Like, here's a 50-50 guy with a $200 profit, which is what me. I mean, I was this morning. I was 2 wins, break even, and I was 1 win and 2 losses, and I still was up $145 because one I was not sure of, so I only put 1 contract on. The second one I did do the 2. Second trade was silly. I deserved to lose that. Poker play. 22 to 50. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, John. Let me go back and look at that again. That's what I thought. I'm not looking at my small trade chart. I'm looking at a 780 tick. And I saw that. Well, let me look at the small chart. I don't know what size chart you trade. I'd be interested to know that, actually. So I had a situation where you could have got in around there. Actually, 20. You got in at 20. What did you say you got in at? You got in at 22. Wow, that's quite the entry. That is, and you weathered a bit of a storm there. Your hold was because it got all the way back down to 23 and a half before it got to 50. So it came and attacked your original entry, and you had the fortitude. So pat yourself on the back for that part of it. Oh, you went up to 5 lots. Oh, you're a player plat. Yeah, I did I did a like I used the word gambling there. I used a poker calculation to say that overnight high it looked like it was going to break like significantly, and so I thought I would. I mean, I probably should have held on. Well, really, I should have just clicked her off at 616 and had done with it. I thought I was willing to. What I ended up risking 26 ticks, 990, 660, yeah, 26 ticks. So I lost $130. I put $130 on the line to try and make. I mean, I thought if it broke it properly, it could go all the way up. I mean, it could have gone up to like 700. Been a trade of would have been a trade of the week type operation. Go over the 15-minute and have a look and see where things are going. 15-minute. Oh, look left. I'm looking left here. I mean, it's open water. I'm back at May 1st. So for the month of May, it hasn't been up here. So that's why I was thinking, you know what, this breaks, and it still might. Like actually, it's putting in a bit of a turn right here. The way I trade, I could have traded again. I'm not going to trade on top of that power line though. I'm not clicking. I gotta click it. The actual trade entry right now is around 610. I don't want to get in. I'm going to let one go by like a batter in baseball. I've got my bat on the shoulder. I'm hoping that it goes up and then pulls back one more time. So rally and then a base or maybe a slight drop, pull back above overnight high as support, and then I'll get the big run. That's my way I'm going to play it. I'm not gonna panic and go. I don't want to miss this trade. I'm willing to. I'm up now. How much am I up? I'm up about 500. I'm up about $500 now on the day. So I'm not going to fool around and have to hold a $200-300 stop because I got to battle the overnight high. I'm going to let the other guys battle overnight high, and if it commits well above overnight high, then there'll be more longs, or even if it goes up far enough and pulls back hard enough, there'll be a short to get back to the support at overnight high, which is riskier trade, but nevertheless. Well, the other thing is, this is going to be a roadblock here at the overnight high, and it's going to turn around, and and again, sort of similar to what I'm going to do on the longs, I'm going to let the first drop, not going to be the first in, I'm going to let this drop down, and then play a pullback and probably try to trade it. If it gets down below 540, and then farts around there, pardon the pun, I'll slam a short. This is how I talk to myself, and I'm just trying to. I don't know if you guys think it's just babble, or maybe it helps you think about how you should talk. I'm not saying you should do the same thinking I'm doing, just that you talk about your trades. Usually try to keep it between your ears. Your spouse walks by the room and you're talking out loud to yourself. That it can add another layer of their distrust of this whole endeavor. Oh my God, he's gambling our life savings and he's talking to himself. I'm going to call a lawyer. That was good, John. I'm going to go back to talking about the Leafs. Well, yeah, just a bored one again. I don't find that team very likable. There's a lot of guys on that team that are prima donnas and divas. But boy, that Matthew Nyes. What a hell of a hockey player, John. and a very love. I love. I'm falling in love. Uh, and so that's, I guess, John, that's my next project. I'm slowly taking over Ox's stream to become a YM stream. And the second thing I'm going to do is get rid of this Phillies talk, this baseball talk, turn this into a hockey stream. Then I got to get over to his other stream, get those upper deck cards, do breaks on his of hockey players, hockey cards. I got a lot of work to do over the next year to drive Ox crazy and take over his life. I just thought, John, you just took the words out of my mouth. That's what I thought. I said, actually, I texted that to a friend last night. I actually used that phrase. We agree. Anyway, back to that book I was talking about before we had to get into that big trade fight. If anyone likes political commentary, is interested at all in what happened in that 2024 election, that is a fascinating. I don't think they're not partisan. They're equally. Oh, it's breaking up, going up. It's equally harsh, negative, or also positive and glowing about both candidates. It's got the good and the bad, which also makes it a good read because then you're not just sitting there reading something that's just an alternative history. This is just a very good centrist book. I like that. So, I mean, you really got to watch how you consume your news these days. And that, again, that is a bipartisan comment because just sitting there and the pablum the left's giving you or the drivel the right's giving you, we're not getting informed properly. You got to really work on it. You got to find your sources. Who knew trying to watch news and consume news would be hard work? TV talk. Mobland is currently the best show in production for me. Last of Us is really good. I'm watching that on HBO Max. Mobland though's really good. And I like that John Hamm show on Apple, Friends and Neighbors, which has a little, not much, but is a trading connection there. He's a hedge fund manager. Yeah, this is the problem, Amelia. Everyone's siloed. I can't believe when I talk to my neighbors. This is what I talked about. YM. Oh, guess what? NQ just doing an overnight high touch trade too. I have overnight high, guys, at 63.75, and it just basically hit it. And YM is on the. This was the play. I mean, like a guy like Greg that takes the big moves, he would have held through that slop to try to get that breakout. I'm just not that type of trader. I'm somewhere I'm a hybrid between, if you want to, between Greg and Ox. Although Ox is becoming a way better holder. The improvement that guy's shown in the last 6 to 9 months is pretty amazing, actually. When you think where he was this time last year, there was a question if the stream was even going to last, and I'm using his words. And he's most improved trader on his own stream, I'd have to say. Well, look at this trade run. Amelia, yeah, this is the problem. Like I said, people are siloed, as they say, and you talk to your neighbor, and they'll say something. I'm not going to get into the political of it, so I won't. It doesn't matter, right or left. They say something that's so far left, and you go, "Wow, well, that's not possible." And then I go down the street a little bit further in my dog walk, and I meet someone else. And they say something so right wing. How do you? Wow! Oh, How do you think that? But they're siloed, right? They're not getting the full picture. I mean, us people here, they're all you guys are YouTube, or even on YouTube, of course, we know there's a slant there, although they're working on it. They're doing a lot better job now. They were very ineffective before. YouTube's better now. During COVID and 2020 election, they were putting their foot on the scale. I don't care. I don't being a right winger when I say that. I'm just saying that that's what they did. But you know, you can still find good sources of information here on YouTube. I think you have to sift through them. The other one I like is breaking points. I like the panel. They have a right winger and a left winger. Right, you know, and they do news items, and the two of them will debate it, give their versions of the truth. It's a pretty good site. Breaking Points. That's one I recommend. I live watch that quite a bit. Holding trades, you know, well, that's why, you know, I still can't do what Greg does. Like, I can't hold my whole position. I have to drop one off. If I've talked to you guys about that many times. You can probably hear it in my, you can, it's live right on the air. You can my breathing's different. The way I talk's different. And then as soon as I click one off and I know I've got money booked, like the worst that's going to happen is just, you know, I'm only going to make $100, but so what? I just made $100 in a minute. I'm calm and I become rational and fight the good fight with the stop. But it's mathematically I'm losing so much money, but that's just my process. That's how I do it, and it works. Like at least I'm green. But I mean, I should. I know I'm trying. I'm even thinking about learning to trade a whole different way. I've been watching a lot of videos on trading, like big time frames, and yeah, doing a little bit of, and maybe going to some 1 or 2, 2 micro trade, 2 micros on, and do some Greg type trading. Pretty busy right now with a lot of other family stuff. So, but yeah, that might be a project for the summer for me. Not that I'm going to spend a lot of time in front of the computer. Not this summer. We've had such a tough winter here. This summer I am going to be outside. And if we have some hot, muggy days, you will not get a complaint out of me. I'm supposed to golf tonight. And it's only going to be about somewhere in low 40s. Might even break 4. By the time I'm not teeing off till 5 o'clock, so by the time I come in on the 9th hole, it's a 9-hole league, it will be below 40. So I canceled my tee off time. I'm not playing. I'm not going to play in 40-degree weather. I'm not going to play with 3 sweaters on in May. You spell it right there. It says cotton. That doesn't look like candy. T-A. What is that? I'll copy that and put it in my email. Here. I'm trying to find it. Okay, it's on YouTube. He's a J trader. Instagram. Oh yeah, I'll check that out, MR. I mean, I have my way of doing things. Very specific, as I've talked to you guys about. I'm pretty steadfast, and I make that point every time I write. I give you guys the back, the print on the back. I do not say anything as my way is the highway. I just say my way is RJ way, the way for me to do it. And but I still watch videos over and over and over. I attend webinars. I'm always looking, and then because you just find a nugget that you can add in extra with your thing, like maybe a different moving average package, maybe a different candle look. Some guys divergence with MACDs. I don't know. I'm just making up things now. I don't think the education should ever stop. You never should get complacent. I'm going to throw something out that's interesting. I wish Greg and Livestock were here. We could see what they think. I'm going to bring this up a few times when I get some. If anyone here wants to comment on what I'm about to say, I hear this all the time. I'll tell you, actually, Ace, if he's still here, Seth talked about this. Ace, I hope you're still here. Seth talks about this constantly, as do a lot of other gurus. They'll say, well, especially when they're trying to trash they're trying to trash your method, right? So they'll say, yeah, well, you've got your system, you've got your thing, but that's your edge. They'll always say the word edge. And they'll say, yeah, but edges get taken out. Eventually, the market figures out your edge, and then what are you going to do? Anyone have any thoughts on that? Yeah, of course. Can't remember his first name. Gwyn Wyckoff. Isn't his first name start with a G? It's Gareth Wyckoff. I don't remember, but yeah, I've done him. So I don't believe that because my edge, I just want to trade a certain way with my candles, certain MACD takeoff. I do have a MACD indicator, and I trade to positions like overnight high and overnight low. Little old me trading my two contracts. The New York's gonna. Hey, we got to get rid of this guy's edge. I don't. Anyone want to comment on that? I just find that a ridiculous argument that your system is fraught with danger because it's an edge you have created. I don't know. Maybe there's certain kind of trading that does get done with that, like. And I don't really give a shit if the market decides that, you know what, we're not going to use overnight high and overnight low anymore as credentials, as guideposts. So, okay, I never actually trade literally. You just witnessed just now. I got into a trade. I didn't even mention overnight high when I entered that trade. I got halfway up the ladder and I said, oh, and this is actually turned into an overnight high touch trade. I would have been in that trade regardless. And it just turned into that. Would end up being a guidepost. I would have still took that long so that my edge isn't ruined. Well, I didn't expect that kind of answer to what I just said, but we'll talk about that instead then. The big guys are battling it out. And you think what we're doing is you're saying a controversial thing when you say this is gambling because everybody gets their shoulders up because we're all defensive about that because we've got a spouse or a friend who says, oh, you're gambling, we're concerned about you. It's as if I was jumping in the car and driving over to the casino every night or day. But plot, I'll give you your due. I mean, a lot of what we're doing, we have to use gambling, like it or not. You have to use gambling risk reward. Gambling is risk reward management, right? So yeah, people who say, "Oh, this is not gambling," and I say that quite often, especially when I'm talking to my spouse or friends who want to do know a little bit. And quite frankly, I used to be a gambler. I've told you guys, I used to run a poker club, and I play a lot of poker, and I did a lot of sports gambling, and I don't anymore. And my friends are always on about that. Like, oh, you're not betting? You don't have I'll go to their house to watch a football game. You don't have a bet on this game? And I tell them, I mean, I'm doing risk-reward calculations daily. I just get tired of it. So if I get tired of doing my fun gambling, that means I must be doing gambling here. Now, I'm not replacing my fix at all, but it is tiresome. You're constantly working your tumblers are going in between your ears all day long with this business. And so when I quit this, I just want to go watch TV, walk the dog, read a book. blah blah, ride my bike, walk on the beach. I don't want to then sit down and calculate, if the Leafs are going to beat the Panthers tonight. How many, are they going to beat them by 2 goals or 1, or the Steelers going to cover the spread against the Patriots? I don't have the energy for it anymore. So, which kind of proves this is kind of a gambling thing. I think the words risk-reward management is nicer. Game theory too, right? Game theory. MR, exactly. The money flow. The big guys, they just care about their retail when they can gather up the stops, because they know that's where the retailers are. That's where the street's gonna. Us guys on Main Street. Wall Street only cares about Main Street when it comes to this type of trading, because they know where Main Street's going to place their stops, that kind of thing. They could give a crap about all of us people sitting in Skype chat rooms or YouTube. Wow. I just got up there. You're going to have, it's going to be 60 degrees down in Windsor. That shows you how far and how big Ontario is, how far south John is of me. He's quite considerably south. I mean, a little known fact, Windsor, the town he's in, which is pretty much what is the southernmost point in Canada, actually is parallel if you put the latitude. That'd be the longitude. I always get that'd be the latitude. The latitude corresponding with Northern California. So John can be a beach boy. Yeah, not even close here. I gotta, stupid Celsius. I hate it. I'm gonna look at that thing, MR. I got them. I Googled it and I found them. So I'll look at candy, whatever they're called. 5 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit, just to be official. Yeah, 41 Fahrenheit when I tee off this afternoon, or when I'm coming in. So it's about 44, 45 when I tee off. Coming up the 9th hole, it'll be 41. And actually says 4 o'clock at 8 o'clock. So if we're slow, or if I'm in the last group, I'll be in the 40s. I'll be in the 30s. I'm not golfing. I'm not doing that. I'm wearing 3 sweaters. Oh, that's a great comment, MR. I mean, this is what I'm gonna go on another one. I know I'm gonna run out of things to say, because I probably said this about 5 times already in here. It's like a 40. What's that? Trading Places, that movie. If I had the money, I would love to put this up. You can take the best trader, give him a shitty, broken down laptop, and give him a terrible trading system, and give him $5,000 for a week. And you can take the dumbest, or not the dumbest, but like a bad trader, a trader struggling, can't make money, blows accounts, blows evals. Give him 4 or 6 monitors, whatever, fancy high-speed computer, and give him a proven super trade system that, like the Turtles have proven over their system, whatever. Something that could be all those quotation mark, finger quote marks, holy grailish. It's a great trading system. Give him $5,000, and I say at the end of the week on the Friday, and they have to stay within. They're supposed to stay within their system as best they can. The good trader will screw it up. He'll screw up the holy grail. He'll get off the script, and the other guy will just trade less and milk whatever he can get out of that bad system with one screen. The good trader will turn $5,000 into $6,500, and the bad trader will turn $5,000 into $2,500 with the super system, or worse, blow it all out. Yeah, and this whole search for the Holy Grail. I was talking about this yesterday, actually. Well, I mean, it was 2 days ago. I have this trader that I known for 12, 14 years, and he chases systems and blah, blah, blah. He just makes mistake after mistake. And he thinks there's a Holy Grail out there. There's not. The Holy Grail's between your ears. I'll give you an analogy. Ever watch the movie Flight with Denzel Washington? The original 9 minutes where there's a plane, and I'm not giving it away, it's at the start of the film. There's Flight. It's a plane crash movie. Go watch you can look it up on YouTube. They usually show, they've taken that 9 minute, because it's so revealing. The plane experiences trouble. Can't remember what the causes the an engine shuts down. Maybe I don't know what happened to the plane, but he's going down, and the calmness with which Denzel Washington, as the pilot, operates the plane and manages to secure a safe landing. Watch that, and that's what I watched that, and I thought that's what I need to be like when I'm in a trade in a tough spot, and I have to manage to just figure out how to get my stop, or running, and I want to maximize profit. How do I run my trailer up? I recommend you go watch it. You don't have to watch the whole movie. You can Google it. The 9 minutes is on YouTube, and then think to yourself, that's what I want to be like as a trader. He just goes into a complete zone and does exactly what he has to do to get that plane down into a field successfully. It's phenomenal. It's one of the great scenes I ever filmed, I think. Here's your homework. The pilot? Are you talking about Denzel being? He was drinking and coking. I think he was. He was definitely drinking. That's what the rest of the movie's about, because they start questioning some of the things he did to much like they did with the actual true story of the Miracle on Hudson. The FAA and the pilots they ganked out. Well, I've seen, and that's a good movie. Tom Hanks playing Schollenberger. I agree with that, Amelia. Trading should be maybe not boring is the word to use to make the point, but yeah, trading should be. At the end of the day, if you don't remember, if you can just go, okay, I did another day's trading. I mean, obviously, if you make like $1,500, you're gonna go, oh my God, I made a lot of money. I usually lose 200, or I make 200. Today, I made 1,500. Obviously, that's gonna be different, a little bit different. But if you consistently are making $500 a day or $400, like USC, for example, went on a run like that last few weeks. You're making your 400, you're making your 500. At the end of the day, you say, oh, another trading day. That's what it should be like. Almost like we punch a clock. Think of it that way. You just punch a clock, and you go, and you got to work hard to get it. Who's this person? The person that taught you how to trade? The person I learned futures from. Yeah, that's a good point. Trading should not be, I mean, like, yeah, okay, today's a pretty good, good example. I started the day with 2 losses, and I was down $395. No, yeah, I was down $395. Wasn't happy. Certainly wasn't making jokes in here at that precise moment. Had to step up my game and gut it out and get something going. Because I take one more loss. That's 3 in a row. That's a rule I don't often break, that I keep trading. And number two, I don't. If I lose I have an area like depending on the trade, $600. I'm down $600. I'm pretty much gonna quit. So like $700. Can't. That's it. I don't have it that day. So I was gonna almost get taken out. And yeah. So today, when I reflect on today, at the end of the day today, as I do when I finish trading, I come back at some point in the afternoon and just write up the last little thing on the journal about the day. I'm going to say that, yeah, I won't say today was boring.
Absolutely.
And boy, did we gab it up because I didn't think it was 12 o'clock today. I really went on a tear today and we did a good winning trade. We covered a lot of things: books, TV, Maple Leafs,
Well,
Holy Grails
for
of
anyone that's
trading.
for anyone that's into crypto, Bitcoin just topped 100,000 for the first time since February.
God, it bothers me every time I hear it. I was invited to join a Bitcoin club when it was like $800. Ah, I don't know those guys anymore. They're gone. So they were traders. They were trading the ES to Bitcoin. They asked me to join them. I think I'll stick over here with the Russell. I didn't even join you guys with the ES. Why would I join you with the Bitcoin?
I had a friend that told me when Bitcoin was around 2,000 that I should build a miner, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's really going to take off.
Yeah, they were doing that. They were starting a trade room to trade Bitcoin, teach people how to trade Bitcoin, and they wanted me to join in. So join that, and then also do the mining. Ugh, well, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. My private jet might fly over your houses, so I'd love to wave to you, Amelia, if you let me know where to fly to. Good to see you laugh, Ox. Means
I'm trying.
we'll see. Well, you got to. It's going to be see what happens, and hope for the best for you. That how things work out, I don't know. But anyway, we got these Ox. One thing, your life's changed a lot in the last couple of years, not only just with trading, but the whole thing with this room. So just think about where you'd be today if you didn't have these kind of diversions.
Absolutely.
And you got a big community. I mean, you got a whole community sending positive thoughts, which didn't exist 3 years ago.
And I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, so there is that. Always when there's my theory on, I'm a glass half full guy for sure, and whenever my water starts spilling out, I'm looking for ways to make sure it stays half. I think you got some pretty good reasons to do that.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, well, that's all you got to do. If you try, the evidence is overwhelming. Well, I'll say goodbye. MR, fear and impatience. That's what that is. Obviously, and even greed. Well, like for me, if I'd have held on to that trade, I mean, this won't work. I would have made more money. But what if it had come all the way back down? Would have come all the way back down on me, and then I got nothing for it. But I will go. So Platt, great. I'm glad you got out of that and you made some money. I'm gonna look up Wycroft too, and just to get his first name. And we'll see all you guys. Appreciate anyone that stuck around, and especially those that typed in. I will see you guys tomorrow. Ox, take us out.
All right, folks. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow to finish up the week. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.